Hello there. Unfortunately, I ended up taking a bite of some food just before um, it went live, mostly because I hadn't noticed that I was looking at the YouTube stream, which is a few seconds behind the uh, the actual live feed. Come on. Okay, I'm done. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Uh, hello, Mark Young. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so I'm going to do some, and Dark Shades, good evening. I'm going to do some live observing as I often do, but there was, I always like going over kind of new things as they're added to the Seestar Alp software. And there was just a new release. Some new features, new functionality was merged in, and a new version was tagged. And so we'll take a look at some of that pretty soon, actually. Let me take a sip of water. I ended up, I was eating the last bite of like a candy bar. Anyway, so yeah, let's get to it. Let me make sure that everything is running as expected. Great. Okay. So let me switch to the view here. Okay, that actually worked this time. So this is the normal interface that you've seen. If you've been on previous live streams, you've seen it. But I'm just double checking that everything looks okay. One of the new things is so I'm going to go to, I'm in Federation mode, which is, since I have more than one telescope, it consolidates things. But one of the new things you see right off the bat, if you join one of the previous live streams, when I was getting the telescope set up, I would kind of do this startup sequence. And then sometimes I'd go into live view. And the last few times I had started using these commands down here, like doing the polar alignment, doing the generating the dark frames, auto focusing, and it was a series of steps. Well, now it's all been in kind of collapsed into a new startup sequence. So I'm going to do basically, so if you look at the telescopes, they're on but parked. So like the arm is pointed down. They haven't been opened at all. I've just powered them on. And if you're using the app, the Seestar provided one, when you turn it on, it kind of does a little bit of a startup sequence with it. Actually, it doesn't. It's pointed down until you go to your first target. And then it goes through the polar alignment and dark frames if you start imaging. But this way, we can basically, right off the bat, tell it to just, by checking all of these, I'm just telling it basically, get yourself ready to image. And once we start imaging, it shouldn't have to do any additional steps. Unless, of course, the polar alignment fails, which does happen with my... typically, it only happens with one of the telescopes. But we'll go ahead and try this. Oh, it didn't prompt me. Okay, so let's see what this is doing live. Like I say, this is code that was just merged into this afternoon, I think. It should be updating soon. Is it? Oh yeah. Okay, This camera lags behind. That's why I need to get this other camera set up, which is more of a webcam, but with extra low light abilities. I need to get that set up. It's not wireless, so I need to run some Cat5 to it. But once I do, we can get a better live view of it. So you can see it's kind of doing the autofocus first. Well, first it raised the arm. Now it's doing the autofocus. Then it's going to do the polar alignment, also known as the horizontal calibration. And then it will do the dark frame. And ideally, everything except stack will end up green, ideally. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Okay. That's encouraging. It was able to autofocus, which meant it wasn't pointing at like a house. So that's always encouraging. That's a good start. But yeah, so theoretically, because of the federation mode, if you had a series of Seestars, turn them all on, if it was configured in the software, you just hit startup sequence and they'd all kind of get themselves ready. I mean, yeah, these steps have to happen after it's dark enough. But usually I find about, I mean, for where I am, 45 minutes to an hour after sunset is usually fine. Let me see where these are pointed. Okay, yeah, they're fine. Those are pointed kind of in a rather benign direction, so that's fine. Now the horizontal calibration could end up failing, but that's not the end of the world. It's like I say, it's often telescope 2 that ends up failing, but we'll see if telescope 1 ends up having issues too. It's fine, because then after the first target, or once it starts the first target, it'll try again without us having to do anything. Yeah, I think they both failed, but that's fine. Like I say, that's not on the Seestar or this software. That's more on my really terribly obstructed skies. So that's on my backyard. That's an indictment of my backyard rather than anything else. So after this gets all ready, I've got a few things on my list to look at tonight. I have, let's see. Why is it starting to stack? I'm kind of curious why it's starting to stack. It shouldn't stack immediately. What target is there? What is it running? Doesn't say it's running anything. It's very strange. It's a mystery object. Hello, Turf. Good evening. How's it going? I wonder if, you know what? I wonder if I accidentally had again, this might be a me problem. I wonder if, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why would it have started imaging? I need to close some of the tabs here. That's really strange. Hold on. Let me see why it would have started imaging automatically. It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Okay, so let's go to telescope 1, the first telescope, and let me go look at the live view and see what the heck it's imaging. This is very interesting, and it's not even telling me what it's imaging. That is very peculiar. Very, very strange. It's just random star field. Very, very strange. Oh, it's I think that was a satellite photobombed the image. Let me see. Trying to see if there's any annotation on what this is even looking at. That is so bizarre. Oh, I'll have to figure that out later. But very strange. Yeah, but I'm what I don't understand is I did the startup sequence. Now, granted, this is brand new, and I did it for the Federation. And for some reason, one of them started running. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Hold on. I'm reporting a bug on Discord, granted. Very, very strange. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go stop this. And... oh, sorry. I got to go to live view and stop. Yeah, so it's very strange. It'll be interesting to see if this is another one of those me problem things or if other people run into this. So I'm going to stop this. And now let's go back to the, let's go to schedule and go to Federation and see what's on the list for tonight. One thing I was going to do, last live stream, I kind of dug into the data from my previous mosaics of the Heart Nebula, and I realized I need a lot more data. So I'm going to see if the Heart Nebula is even high enough for me to image at this point. So let me go look. I'm going to look in Stellarium. And one thing I did get running last time, if you weren't on if you didn't see the last live stream, is I now have the Seestar. Actually, I should have used this, because with this I configured it with the, oh no, I don't have that turned on. That was something I did on the Raspberry Pi. Basically, I have it where if it's running on the Pi, well, it was something somebody contributed, but I turned it on where it'll show me on Stellarium where the target is. Actually, I can just set this up real quick. Let me do that. I have my Raspberry Pi sitting right here, and I need to unplug it. I've been running the Raspberry Pi on a hardwired Ethernet connection, and so I wanted to. I had to unplug the an Ethernet cable from a mini PC that's sitting just over here. All right. So the Raspberry Pi will fire up, and once it fires up, there'll be a copy of ALP running on that, and I can use that with Stellarium to what in the world? Let's see what's going on here. 212 runs nicely on a Pi 4. Nice. What is going on? Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to have to change my view here so I can actually see the tiny little message that's on the screen. Is this right? Nope. Wrong one. I have all these different layouts. It is, oh, is it this one? Yeah, great. What does that even say on the screen? I made an update to the computer, and I unfortunately, let me do something real quick here, because the monitor I have that has the output is it's too tiny for me to read it from where I'm sitting. So let me quickly fix that. This is, please enter new username. What? I didn't re-image this. Did I? Let me I actually have a keyboard here. I'll plug that into the Pi. Okay, I've got, now I need to plug in this mouse. No, the mouse is plugged in. Sorry for the chaos. Actually, I just realized my camera, is the camera not visible in this view? Sorry about this. Oh, sorry. Oh. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm confusing myself. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I haven't used this setting in a while, so, and I'm confusing myself. Let me plug in the mouse, and we'll try to. We'll try to fix my Pi real time here. Invalid username. Wait, Why is it? I'm so confused. I didn't think I re-imaged this. I guess I re-imaged this. Well, that's unfortunate. Never mind. Let me go back to this view and let me fix my view. Anyway, sorry about that detour. I was hoping I might have to mess around with that off screen, figure out what's going on. Anyway, it's very strange, why it started imaging on the first target, but let's go. The first thing, like I was saying, I want to do more time on the Heart Nebula. So first things first. Oh, first thing. I wanted to see if it was even visible. It is visible, so it's not. It's kind of low, but that's fine. The later panels are really the ones that that I wanted to image, or get more data for. So it'll be fine. So let's go. And let's see, there have been some changes, so we'll see if this import works. Yeah, great. So it's light pollution. It's going to be for 5 hours, which is why I wanted to kick this off first thing, because this was going to run till 1:30 in the morning local time. So I'm going to go ahead and start that. And it should start going. Now let me go look at something here. Oh. Oh, interesting. It said, let me go look. I mean, again, this is a brand new version, so it says complete. So let me clear and let me import the file, the schedule again. Okay. And why does it say complete? It hasn't run. Let me try doing it manually. Mosaic. I'm gonna do let me look at Heart Nebula. I'm just copying the parameters I had just so it's the exact same. I could do a search, but because I've been imaging this one over and over again, and I don't think I changed the coordinates, but and if this doesn't work, if this doesn't start, I'm gonna restart this. Okay, and total session time 5 hours. Although since I'm doing this now from scratch, I'll do 4 hours, which will still run till it'll still run to past midnight local time. So I'll do 110 gain, which is what I did on the other ones. Use light pollution filter. Not going to autofocus on every panel. Hit go and start. And interesting. I'll show you the message it's coming back to me on. It's saying, returning not normal result. Scheduler has already been requested to stop. I think it's confused. I'm just going to restart it. Maybe it's a symptom of the that issue at the beginning where it started imaging for some reason. So we'll see. So what I'm going to do is go try the schedule. Oh, if your Raspberry Pi is asking for new use. But see, I'm confused because I didn't think I had re-imaged the Pi 4 since I last used it. And I had ALP running on it. So why is it like acting like it's never been booted before? I had EQ equals true, had to set it off, then had to set it off, then start an image, then the scheduler would start. Okay, let's look at the code. I haven't actually, sorry about that. I accidentally locked my screen. Let me go ahead and bring up my IDE, which I use for editing my config file. It's kind of overkill, but it's what I do. That's what we do here. We do overkill. Okay, I just wanted to check real quick what the default was for EQ. Is EQ mode should be false. And that's under, what section is this under? Seestar initialization. Oh, wait. Is, oh, that's if you edit it. It's very strange. Let me just say is, like that doesn't seem, because I don't have, okay, let me toggle on the bottom of the configuration file. So there, save. Okay. Actually, let me delete it and rerun this and see what it comes up with. Okay. Let me try starting and stopping and restarting it. It's weird, very weird, very weird. But again, this was new. Let me go ahead and import the schedule again. I saw your comment, Cosmic Ray. I'll address it in a second. Oh, this is interesting. You know, there's something weird because it started imaging immediately and it ended up in a state complete, which is a new state. And maybe it doesn't affect people if they have like a number of items in the schedule. But there seems to be some problem with, well, we'll see if it's if it was just a me problem, but it looks like if it ends up in complete state, even if I clear it in the UI, it didn't clear it. Yeah. How many testers are there to declare it ready? No comment. Okay, so let's try starting this. Okay, and it claims to be working. And let's see. Okay, that's more promising. Let me go look. I'm going to report another concern. Anyway, cool. So we are. I know this is gonna drive Cosmic Ray crazy, but it's like we're beta testing right now. No, I mean to be fair, maybe I mean because of the way my workflow works, where I create multiple schedules throughout the night, I basically schedule just a single item at a time. Um, so maybe that's why I'm running into these kind of issues. And who knows, maybe it's still a me problem. Just watch, it'll like not happen again. We'll see. So let's see. This is telescope 1, and remember it didn't do the horizontal it didn't do the polar alignment. That didn't succeed, so it'll probably try again. So yeah. It is trying. So one thing I was going to do, what I might end up doing, since this is having problems, and I'm not sure what the state of this SD card is, I might, depending on how things go, I actually did, I haven't set it up yet, but I did actually image this NVMe drive, M2 NVMe drive with PiOS. And I just have to add the hat to, I just have to attach this to the Raspberry Pi 5, and I actually have screwdrivers here, so I might actually do that. Not live coding, but live hardware assembly. And then we can set up I can set up PiOS, or not PiOS, I can set up ALP on here. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Actually, I might go ahead and start working on that. Now the question is, can I do this without messing things up? Okay, so the stack, it's starting to stack, which is good. So let's go ahead and see what we've got here. One thing I want to do is kind of go over the other functionality that's been added, which there was a list, and I need to, maybe we can go look at the list. Let me find it. Okay, yeah. Let me see. Hold on. There was it this morning? No, it was this afternoon. So there's actually some interesting functionality in here that I don't know if I'll be able to test out, but I might try testing it in a little bit. But let me it's actually kind of interesting. I'm just looking for the release notes, sorry. Give me a moment. Yeah, so okay. Actually, I think it was a pinned comment. Yeah, okay. So this is okay. Cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a good place to put this. Bear with me. Okay. Let's see. I'm bouncing between Discord and this. Okay. let's go back at this. This is imaging. Okay, this isn't going to be too thrilling. It's just going to be doing panels of the Heart Nebula for the next few hours. But so let's find another target and we can go over the release notes. I know, gripping, but interesting. There's some stuff in there that people might find useful. So one thing I was going to do is look at Dark Nebula, which I had started, and since the moon isn't quite interfering right at the moment, might as well take advantage of that. So one of them is Bernard 369, and that one is still kind of good. Let me also see. But let me see which one was Bernard. Okay, that's the one that's adjacent to the what is it? It's the is that the Cave Nebula? What is it? I end up pushing letters and it ends up turning things off. And it turned off the deep sky labels. Is it the Cave? Hate that when show exoplanets. I don't need exoplanets. What is missing? Is it that? No, don't need atmosphere. Don't need equatorial grid. I hate that when I accidentally type a key. I need to have like a little cheat sheet of stellarium keys. And it's the only reason I accidentally hit them is there's some kind of thing on the Mac. I think it's the Mac where when I start typing into the find object, the key sequences, sometimes it's like the dialog doesn't have focus properly and the key sequences go to the rest of the app. And so it starts turning things on and off, which is incredibly frustrating. So I'll just randomly get, oh, really? Yeah, silly. Yeah, so it's the Lion Nebula, this one. So let me look at Bernard 150. 150. Now this one, yeah, unfortunately, this one, I need to do a mosaic and it's about to go behind a building. So that one's kind of out. So I'll go ahead and start with 369. And, or do I want to start with that one? I'll start with, or do I want to start with, part of me wants to start with something that's a little bit brighter. Little Rosette's kind of little. And I don't even know if it's visible. SH2 170. That one's okay. What is it? Okay. I mean, do I do the Ghost of Cassiopeia again? I've done that a few times, but again, I could always, oh, maybe the Wizard Nebula. Is the Wizard Nebula still visible from my backyard? 7380. Yeah. Let's do the Wizard Nebula. NGC 7380. So we'll go to telescope. We'll go to telescope B. There's nothing being observed, so nothing to see there. And we will go image LGC 7380. Is that what it was? Yeah, 7380, search. Wait, did I hit search? No, I didn't hit search. Okay, got it. We'll do 100 and, do I want to do 110, 150? I'll do 150 and I'll do 45 minutes and light pollution filter and go. Okay, so what catalog does ALP use? One thing I've noticed is if you're using the search, it actually uses Simbad, which is pretty comprehensive. It doesn't search for some of the aliases of an object, and sometimes it has a problem with like variation. So I find if I type, it was something like if I type B150, it doesn't get it. But if I type Bernard spelled out space 150, it'll find it. And I think some of it's the information is in Simbad, but we're just not pulling, the query we're sending to Simbad isn't like checking all of the variations, I think. I don't know. I didn't write that part, but that's what I think is happening. Because Simbad's pretty comprehensive and it does return a lot. I mean, it does have a lot. So I think that might be the problem. I mean, that might be the problem you're running into. Let me open this. Oh, it's got a little header riser. I haven't actually opened this yet. Oh, it's got the screws for doing standoff. So I might go ahead and just start assembling this. Let me go to live view. All right. And do telescope 1 for the other live view. Again, it's mostly awkward because I'm doing two different things and two different targets and stuff like that. Let us see. I'm not sure. I really don't. I mean, the Discord server for the Discord server includes people who I think come from the Facebook group, but there's like, I know earlier I saw there were over 100 people online on the Discord server. And let me see. We don't have many. We only have 72 stars on the project, but I don't know. It seems like there's always a steady stream of people asking questions. Like there's always new people, but it could be hundreds of people. I don't know. Maybe it's more. Not sure. But at least from let me try to do this away from the microphone. At least from my point of view, I want to make it as easy as possible. And I mean, like part of the, between the Raspberry Pi and the Windows executable, I think that's, it's more than 6. Between the Pi and the Pi distro and the executable, it's you had raised being better about versioning stuff, and I think there was a point that they made a point of when this latest code was merged in of cutting a new tag on it because it did encompass a lot of new stuff. To be fair, some of it was probably some of it's definitely been exercised a lot by people, but some of it might also have a little bit of .uh-oh in it. Yeah, it's Let me see. I'm kind of curious about what my bug reports are coming back. Oh, and apparently the recording, the auto imaging of the first telescope is intentional. So that's me. I didn't know that when you do that initialization, it actually starts imaging. But it's supposed to only do it for a short period of time. So this is going well. Yeah, not documented. Well, there was actually, so there was on Discord, kind of a little bit of a release note that went out, and it went to a whole bunch of channels, and I actually just copied it into the repo, and I might just go ahead and cut it, commit it back in so we can get in the habit of doing that. So I'm going to go release 2.2.0. And what's today? It is October. I'll reformat this later, but I want to just go ahead and get these release notes. And then, if I commit it into the repo, and I need to see, because there's like some GitHub features where when you like we weren't generating releases here previously, like it was kind of hand done where and on demand, like it wasn't really, there wasn't as much of a process in generating the executables for Windows. And the person who did it to begin with, he started like creating what are called GitHub actions that kind of allow it to at least have a workflow, a series of steps to be defined that build it. And but it was on his kind of fork of the repo. And now it's on the main repo. So you can see there was actually binaries generated. A Windows binary was actually generated on the latest code just 5 hours ago. So it's an improvement. It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. Yeah, no. And to be fair, the indie stuff was it was some stuff that was already there that was like had no documentation, and it was kind of broken, and at least now it works. It's still not documented as much. I mean, there is some documentation, but it's not ideal. But if people want to contribute documentation, I mean, this is all volunteer kind of driven. Like today, I had totally missed the release because it was on Discord, and I often have Discord closed during the day, or I just don't look at it because otherwise I get distracted and don't get things done. But yeah, so let's look at the so it's a new thing, like the release, and I need to see. Oh yeah, what I was getting at is when you go into this release, like I need to see if there's a way we can more. Oh, it actually is. Hey, look at this. Looky that. Where are these release notes? Maybe that's a GitHub thing. Let me go ahead since I have what do you know? Much improved. Okay. There are release notes. Look at that, Cosmic Array. We have release notes. I mean, again, we haven't done this before, so okay. Update release. I just wanted to improve the formatting of it. So yeah, so we have release notes on GitHub. So this was earlier today. Transparently handles. So if you have like EQ mode, if you're using equatorial mode, one of the problems is imaging things below the celestial equator, and there's now logic internally, and that's what that flag, that I think it was Dark Shades Dark Shades was mentioning this. It isn't on by default. You have to turn it on. This is EQ mode, but that way That way it won't do these things unless you're using equatorial mode. But if you are, it's doing it has some stuff where it'll set an offset. It allows you to set an offset. It basically allows you to image things below the celestial equator, which is a relatively new thing within ALP. And there's some things that have to be done, because if you think about it, when the telescope's in alt azimuth mode, you're not imaging below the horizon because it's ground. But when you're in equatorial mode and the telescope's tilted to the side, unless you're at the North Pole, you're going to have to image below kind of the horizon, what it thinks was the horizon. So there's this offset, but the problem is it's fine, but then if you try to park it without kind of undoing the offset, it might try to overfold the telescope, like it's pointing down, and it might try to keep going past where it should. And so, yeah, so there's new logic to deal with that and deal with it more safely. This one is interesting, and I'm going to see if we can try to, once the moon is, I don't know if I'll be imaging late enough for the moon to actually be visible, because the moon, it'll be rising before too long, but then it's behind a building for a while in my backyard. So, but it appears that the Seestar, that the software in the Seestar may not be fully correcting for the magnetic declination. And what does that mean? So the magnetic north is not the same as geographic north, but that varies based on your position, your longitude on Earth. Sometimes the alignment is very little. See, magnetic declination. Yeah. So if you, well, that's not what I wanted. I wanted kind of, basically there's an offset, like here, you can see it's offset like in this part of the country by 6 degrees 6 degrees, and out west it's a lot more. It can be like 20 some degrees up in Seattle, and then in the Northeast it's several degrees the other direction. So the problem is, if you're using the compass that's built into the Seestar, like during the day, to try to figure out where the sun and moon are, it might, depending on where you are in the US, if it's purely going off that and it's not offsetting it by your location, it might be kind of pointing in the wrong direction. And I know, like, it tries to scan the sky, and maybe that helps, but this will help, or this will do the calculation. This adds a calculation within ALP based on your location. It'll try to offset it. So at least some people there have been reports that they've had greater accuracy finding the sun and moon during the day with this change. I haven't tested it out yet, but it is kind of intriguing. Well, so it changes. So that's a good point. The reason, so that this particular change, it uses a library and it has a data file. And I think that data file changes over time. So I think as we do more releases, that file will be changing just so it has the current declination or the magnetic declination. I don't remember the library offhand, but there's a file in the repo now. And Cosmic Ray asked, where's that change log? I'm dropping it in the chat right now. So there's some of these changes are internal and haven't been put in the web front end yet, but I think some of this is. Some of it's internal, like retrieve target centering and go to one-click full automation. Well, it's not just for full EQ mode, but that was what I did at the beginning, where basically I just checked some boxes, hit go, and it basically set up both of the telescopes ready to go. This is something, I don't know, is this in the code yet? Let's see. I'm not gonna I'll have to wait until this one is done, but there's code on the back end that will allow editing of schedules, which is fantastic. You can't edit the currently running item, but it will allow you to edit other items in the schedule. But I don't know if the UI changes have been merged, so I need to look at that. Once we start a different schedule, I'll take a look at that. What else? Full support for Federation scheduling, starting, stopping to a subset of devices in the Federation. Oh, that's interesting. But I don't know that that's in the UI right yet. So if you use Bruno to manually trigger stuff, and then there's also been like some internal changes to fix some things. Like there were definitely some situations where there were bugs and errors and stuff. So theoretically, it should improve some instability issues that have been previously impacting people. So yeah, so that's that. One thing I've recently undertaken is kind of a redo of live view. Some of the internal stuff, because there's some new logic. I think it's in the when you go to the support page and you can kind of describe problems and then click download bundle. I want to say it has the ability to pull logs from the Seestar itself. But I'm not 100% sure on that. But it uses this binary the ability to pull the logs from the Seestar or whatever other files it's able to pull. It's a similar binary format to what's used for imaging. And so I want to the code was like copied and modified. So what I want to try to do is, what I've been doing is kind of pulling the code and trying to, make it both more robust and also like more robust and only one copy of it instead of having two different binary parsers in there. Oh, that's good to know. That is good to know. See, I think the problem is a lot of people use dark mode. But let me switch this off. Okay, so this looks good, but I mean, I totally believe it, but oh, that looks bad. Yeah. This one, I don't think I did anything yet, but go to, that looks kind of okay. Let me go live. That is okay. Settings. That's okay. But the command screen definitely needs, oh, let me look at schedule because that's a complicated one. Yeah, these are hard to see, these check boxes. Yeah. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I think we'll have to go through and look at this because I have a feeling most people are using, I mean, not most people, most of the developers are probably using, um, the dark mode. Yeah, the one that definitely jumped out at me is this, where, um, yeah. So, yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. Let me make a note of that so I don't miss it. I know, I know. It's funny. It's dark mode is a very, very polarizing thing. Because I know, like, I've been I've been in corporate environments where it's like the developers, most of them seem to want to have dark mode, and everybody else didn't want it, or it seemed like it was flipped, where the majority of people didn't want it who weren't in development, and like internal applications were developed that were in dark mode because the developers wrote it, and then like the first thing the managers were like, why is this in dark mode? Anyway, so it's, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not like it's unprecedented. You don't have books with black background and white letters, but in computers, like the old dumb terminals were all, I mean, granted they were CRTs, so, but it was like green text on a dark background. Not that I enjoyed those, but yeah. So let me make note of this so I don't forget this. I need to do an audit, make sure dark mode is sure dark mode or text is readable without dark mode. Cool. So this is imaging. Let's go back here. Oh, it's funny you mentioned that. Oh my gosh. This one place I worked at, you know, we'd be there. Some of us would show up early, and we wouldn't bother turning the lights on. I mean, they were kind of in like not quite emergency light mode, but it was where every like, I want to say, or did it go completely off? I can't remember if it was completely off or it was like every 10th light was on, but it was pretty dim. And yeah, like there was a particular person who wasn't in engineering who would come in first thing, and if the lights were off, they'd like turn on the light for the floor. And there might have been like 20 programmers already there. It was pretty funny. Like the programmers wanted, and first job I had, I actually was lucky and had an office at one point, and it was kind of at the end of this hallway, and they would bring people through to like show off the talk to people, and some of the other developers, they had like their lights on, but I always had my lights off, and I think I even had the blinds closed, and I swear I felt like they just kind of hurried past my office, kind of like, don't pay any attention to this guy. Anyway, um but yeah, and that is like, that would be the biggest reason why I personally wanted, if not a dark mode, a red screen mode, is just, yeah, it's kind of blinding. Like, you can't, if you're using it on your phone, you can't get it, like, you can kind of get it dim enough, but it's just easier on the eyes to have it flipped. Yeah, and then the Mac shifts to warm at night. Yeah, and really I need to go, yeah, and then there's that whole thing too. And I've had software where, what do you call it? Before that was built into the Mac, I ended up kind of using third-party software for that. And then sometimes I forget to turn that off during live streams, and so around 10:30, I start noticing everything starts getting a yellow cast. I'm like, oh darn it, didn't mean to have that on during the stream. And I've been at like meetups where someone was doing a presentation and their screen starts going all yellow in the middle of the, or partway through the yellow orange partway through the thing, and then they're like, oh oops, forgot to turn it off. So yeah, I was just pulling out this Pi hat, so I might go ahead and start setting that up just real quick. I'm not going to do like a real formal build on this. I just want to get it, see if we can boot it up and get ALP running on it. Because I had said I would do it today. Or I said I'd do it the next stream, and this is the next stream, so I'm going to try to do it. Helps if I do this right. Sorry. Okay, cool. Got that down. Hopefully that's not too far down. Is that touching? I hope that's not. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting the NVMe on the thing. What else? Oh yeah, one thing that came up today, on kind of a question that came up on Discord that somebody had written kind of a little script to pull files off the Seestar, catalog them, creates a little web page basically of what targets you had imaged, how many frames, and anyway, that led to a conversation about us perhaps re-implementing that inside SSE, inside the web front end, which this has come up where people have asked about, having it track like what you've imaged. So like you come back, kind of like how I always restarting some of these mosaics, and I may not remember how much I've done already and stuff. It would be nice if like theoretically it would have all the data and it could just track it. So that's something to keep an eye out for if we, something that I'm kind of personally motivated to implement, but we'll see. See, what is this? Is this stuck on here? It's got like this PCI kind of connector here. I think it's just taped. Feels like it's taped, but it's not like Kapton tape. Yeah. Hopefully I'm not screwing this up. Breaking electronics live. I mean, that would be a new thing, I break software live, so why not break electronics live? But yeah, this little connector, I can't like hold it up, but it's for plugging into the Pi motherboard. So let me figure out these standoffs here. Yeah, this one on the right is looking nice. Yeah, one thing I want to let me see what else other notes I had. Let's see. Yeah, actually, one of the reasons Yeah, this we'll have to see. I don't want to waste a lot of time on hardware when I um sorry, I'm just looking at. Oh, see, this would be a great thing to do next live stream. I actually have some ideas on some things I want to live code, new functionality, and I was kind of waiting for this version 2.2 to get merged in, just because I wasn't sure how disruptive some of it would be, and I didn't want to have to redo a bunch of work, or not redo it, but kind of getting it committed when there's a lot of conflicts. It can end up being a pain. So I hadn't. Just trying to figure out which screws I want to use. Which screws do I use? But yeah, so that was but I'm not going to do it today because I'm messing around with this Raspberry Pi while I'm and there were a couple of video links I wanted to, astronomy related things. Maybe not video links per se, but something. Whoa. You know, it's really annoying. The chat will get, like, I just got a burst of chat messages from 6 minutes ago. Yeah, green visors for coders. Yeah. Yeah, add to the schedule on the fly. And okay, cool. Yeah. I couldn't remember who all might have suggested in the past. I couldn't remember, Cosmic Ray, if you were one of the ones who had mentioned it, but when the person in the Discord server was saying, "Oh, I've got the script," and I was like, "Well, it could be used. It's written. It wouldn't be a drop-in replacement, but I was like, it would be conceptually something that we could use, to kind of do the first version, like if I'm just translating the logic over it, that can go a lot faster than just writing it from scratch sometimes." And yeah, so that's something I think that'll be cool. But yeah, sorry, the chat ends up. Okay, yeah, that's another thing. Getting the Alp running with the beta. Yeah, so this is kind of. I think there were some of the people who were working on that release, and it was like a branch with a lot of kind of, in total it was a lot of stuff, even if not all of it's exposed right now, and they were kind of, I guess, focusing on that. But now it's been getting it working on the beta has come up, and I think that was going to be like the next thing to tackle. Although I know one thought was we're going to wait until it's released. But on the other hand, I don't know how long that's going to be, because that beta has been out there for a bit, I thought. Maybe it hasn't, but yeah, that, I mean, especially given that it kind of breaks things. And part of me would like to, I mean, I would volunteer to do it on mine. Since I have two, theoretically I could spare one, but on the other hand, I don't want to have to go back to the app. Like I have two, I don't want to be down to one, or one in the app. So I don't know. I need to talk to people about that, but yeah. Yeah. Maybe this is where I need to work on the remote stuff, and then I could use yours as a guinea pig to try to, figure out what's breaking. Where's the script to grab the log? The log from the Seestar? I want to say it's like something internal. Or are you talking about the one that the person was volunteering? Because he hasn't committed that yet. Like I was literally talking to him just before the stream about that. Just assembling a pie here. I need to get the riser, the GPIO riser. I might do this again because I'm always behind on my hardware projects. Maybe I could like build an all sky camera while I'm doing live observing. And I actually at one point I've done it in my canned videos. I actually have something. It's out of screen, out of the frame, but I have the ability to mount a camera looking down. Nothing fancy. And I just use like a mirrorless camera I have kind of pointing down, and I have the ability to bring it on screen. And I had thought about setting that up for a live stream, and then I could have like live observing and then me working on hardware in the corner, like building an all sky camera or something. I mean, I do software. Why not have some hardware on the stream? Or I could, I don't know, do something. But like you could see me maybe better. You'd be able to see me struggling trying to get this header on the GPI header. You're in now. Hello, Stephen Fox. Welcome to the stream. If you haven't, and when you said you're in now, don't forget about the Seestar stat tracker. Yes, thank you. I need to make a note about that. I briefly thought about that recently, especially with the work that's been going on. What triggered it is with the work that's been going on for Comet and asteroid lookup, where it's having to dynamically get the latest orbital parameters for especially, either one of those. And I think one of the sources I was looking at also had a reference to satellite stuff, and then that I was like, oh right, we were going to do that. So let me I might be able to ask somebody who might be willing to give it a shot. I mean, and I only say that because like they've worked on some similar stuff in the app. Satellite. Because that would be cool. I mean, at the very least, it would be neat to try it out. Make a second all sky. That would be cool. Oh, hello. Well, I was just talking about you. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. You found my stream. I didn't even see. I don't like plug it on the other Discord server, but thanks for joining. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because we were just yeah. So that would there's definitely interest for that script, or I should say porting the script. Am I doing this wrong? No, I'm doing it right. I'm just confused, I guess. Oh, that's weird. So it kind of, do I even want to do this? I don't need the headers. And it doesn't need the headers, does it? Oh, actually that worked. That was easier than I thought. Cool. Now I need to get the, I got this iFixit kind of little toolkit a few years ago, and I really like it. It was probably more expensive than some toolkits, but it's got some, I mean, it's all like for working with electronics and stuff. So I got the, got to get the little tweezers out to try to see if I can get this cable in. Actually, I need to maybe lift it. Yeah, the Oh, grabbing the, are you talking about grabbing the log from the Seestar, or, because that, I don't know that that's, I don't think that's a standalone. I think that's built in, like there's code to do that. Just trying to, sorry, I'm trying to, I've never actually used this particular connector because it's for the Pi 5. Trying to, the other thing that it's like having multifocals are pain. Now I always understand why my dad had like a magnifying kind of thing for dealing with electronics. Oh, okay. I thought the Heart Nebula was done, but it was just that panel was done. Okay. Okay, cool. That wasn't too bad. Let's reassemble this and then screw this together and see if it boots. Hopefully no blue smoke. But yeah. Let's see. And I don't necessarily need to completely screw this together. I just want to get it where it kind of stays in place. And we'll see if this works. If not, I mean, I don't want to waste the whole stream like getting ALP running on my Pi 5, but if I can get it set up, it would be it would serve two purposes. It would we'd be able to get the INDI stuff working, the indie stuff working to against Stellarium, but it would also, since I wasn't able to get it done during the day, you get to watch me do it live. That dark band on the left side of that, I'm wondering if that's an obstruction. Yeah. Okay. Did you do a PR for that? Oh, yeah, the observation log. I mean, the script. Let's go look. Sorry, Gutenberg. Not Steve Gutenberg. No, Gutenberg project. Pull request. PowerShell script. So it's a PowerShell script. And file changed. It's under scripts, HTML. So it basically pulls, it looks at, it looks at, yeah, the lights, the stacks. Actually, let me see if I can pull that up on Discord. Okay, it was, yeah, I just want to show, like, basically, it produces this view. This is the script that I'm about to merge in by Stephen Fox. It scans the Seestar, extracts the target, exposure, distance. So yeah, pretty cool, pretty nice. And I like the start of this, and trying to, I need to figure out how I'm going to get it into the Seestar. I mean, into the SSE software, but in the meantime, there's a PR here, and I'm just gonna, because it's all new, I'm just gonna merge it. So if you're running Windows, you should be able to, any moment now, it is now in the code, in the repo. So if you're running Windows, feel free to check it out. And we will yeah. May take you up on your offer to help integrate into Alp and SSE. I will thumbs up that so you can see it live. Yeah. No, unless someone else takes it, I'm kind of I will really want to have that in place just for my own purposes. So I might, unless someone else picks it up, it's decent odds I might pick it up. So I'll let you know, but thanks for that. That's I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like, wow, geez, several hundred lines of PowerShell. Wow, that's quite a program. Almost not quite 1,000 lines of PowerShell plus then the HTML template, I presume. That's amazing. That's great. That's awesome. ARPA uses Sol, SOL. Sorry, out of luck. ARPA Raspberry Pi users. Technically, yes. It's just this was written and just offered today and merged today. But I mean, I would love to have this in place, and I'm motivated to help make that happen by implementing it. So, like the refactoring I was talking about on the imaging code, like that's a nice to have, but that wasn't a must do. And because implementing a variation of this in the web interface would be, since it's all new code, it would be all new code, all separate from anything existing. I wouldn't have to worry about breaking any existing functionality. So I could probably, since I could mirror some of this logic perhaps, and then, yeah, which would allow me to go even faster. So SOL today, but I'll watch. Yeah, I can't find Windows. Funny story. I always come up with random stories. I remember seeing a PC. I won't say who it was. It wasn't one of our PCs. It was friend or family or something, and there was a problem with Windows. And I guess some games were being run on it, and so the teenager deleted some space, needed to free up some space, and so they deleted C:\Windows. Freed up a bunch of space, but yeah, it was like booting into like text mode, and I'm like, okay, something's corrupted. I'm like, oh, there's no Windows directory here. Like, how did this happen? Anyway, yeah, no, that would be good. Oh yeah, you're in New Zealand. I forgot. Yeah, you mentioned that. Cool. Yeah. Cool. That's fine. My schedule is kind of, yeah, no, that's fine. Thanks for reminding me. I'll think I mean, I want to get started on this sooner rather than later. So, especially now that I've teased people by showing it, and saying, isn't this amazing? You can't have it unless you're running Windows. So yeah, now I feel like obligated to do it. But no, I've wanted to do this anyway, and it's come up in the past, or like subsets of this. Like this is more, not only is it more concrete, but yeah, it's since it's more concrete, it's easier to have the conversation about like, oh, we're gonna put this in there. Yeah, I'll but meanwhile, yeah, I need to look at Chris's setup because oh, and by the way, if you're watching this now, please feel free to like the video, because that does help a lot, bring people to the streams and to the Seestar Alp software, which reminds me I should actually switch back to the telescopes, because if somebody came on stream or joined the channel, they'd be like, what in the world is that? Okay, so this is actually done. So I need to find something for this telescope. But yeah, I'll let you know, Chris. Because yeah, that's another thing I want to try to fix or figure out what's wrong. Not only is it an inconvenience for you, like specifically running the beta version of the app, and the firmware seems to cause problems with ALP. So, and like you were saying, it'll be released at some point, and then people are going to upgrade and it'll break. So it wouldn't hurt to get ahead of the curve on that one. Dew shield and dew heater at the same time? I wouldn't think so. I don't think the heat is that much. I mean, if you had like a really, yeah, I would hope not. I would hope not. Unless you had like a really low melting point plastic, but even then, I wouldn't think it would be. I would think it would be a problem. If it were a problem, well, I've never tried it, but I imagine it would be a problem if I just put my telescope outside during the day. Since it's so hot here, or in the summer when the sun's on things, I would have had some of the stuff melt. So I'm guessing not. So let's find another target for the right scope. And I also want to make a note about figuring out the beta with Chris. Talk to about the observing log. Yeah, okay. So what do I need to do? I need to find something on the right here. And it is now only 9:30. These early sunrises, I would barely have started the live stream like over the summer at this point. Let's see. One thing that was kind of interesting, I did some imaging of yesterday, was well, it wasn't the shrimp nebula, but it was kind of it's kind of a small target. So let me see what else might be on the list. If anybody has any, yeah, where's the setting to save out images out on the Pi? And I still have a note about this only, it basically saves preview frames. And I know I talked to you, and you had a very good suggestion, but I haven't implemented it yet, to save the stretched stacks. But the setting to turn on saving basically the preview frames is this, and for some reason this says true, but it's supposed to be a directory, so you could put like a directory name there, which you could just have dot, like the current directory, or you could have like frames or something like that, or specify a path, a full path if you want, like /home/pi/frames or something like that. And that would work. Except, why did it go true? Darn you, it's making... Well, that's awkward. Why did it do that? Should have worked through the web interface, but... that should not have done that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I need to see why that is. Maybe it has to have an initial value, or it gets confused. Let me see what other target I can image tonight. All right, image, and let us see from the list. Are you sure about that? Not that you're not that you're glad, but that are you sure you're not a beta tester? um, let's see, save framed, save stretched images. Yeah. Okay. What am I looking for? I need to look for something to image. Live. Okay. We did was that the wizard I did? I think that was the wizard. And what would be another good target? Any suggestions? Let's go look at Stellarium and see what. So I was imaging the Wizard Nebula. That looked pretty nice. We've got some stuff down here. Is that the question mark? Yeah, question mark. I feel like that one almost requires a mosaic. What is something we, and actually let's see where the moon is. Is the moon still? The moon actually hasn't risen yet. Is that right? Yeah, it hasn't risen yet. That's great. So let me take advantage of that to see if there's something over here I can image. The jellyfish cluster. Helix Nebula. Could do the Helix Nebula. Haven't done that in a while. What's this? H2 region. Some of these H2 regions don't actually show up unless I pick a different overlay. Yeah, it is definitely a must to have a good network. I mean, I struggled with that, and and especially with two telescopes kind of contending for bandwidth, it was not great. Especially if I was doing live view, it really was saturating the network. Whereas now it's actually usable. Maybe I'll do this Helix. Let me just 7293. But I'm not necessarily sold on that yet, but let us see. Might as well, like I say, take advantage of the lack of moon. Like, it was really bad the other day. I mean, recently. And when I say really bad, I mean it's bad, and it can really cause a lot of light pollution in the sky, but kind of the alignment of it was just kind of really shining into my backyard and the telescopes, and 35 Wi-Fi's don't have networks with. I mean, that's good. That's good. Unfortunately, I do, or did. But to be fair, I think it might be, maybe it's my house. I don't know. I don't think it's the access points, but I think maybe it's just the house. Just looking around, seeing if there's anything, and if anybody has any suggestions on other targets, I am all ears. What are these? Okay. This is below the roof line. I was just seeing if there's anything imminently gonna. Well, no, trust me. I've gone through a bunch of iterations of that. And I've definitely had to make adjustments with because of contention with neighbors and other stuff. And then like some of the 5 gigahertz bands, I can't use. Uh, like some of the dynamic frequency bands. Uh, I'm pretty sure I hadn't, I forget what I was running, but I was looking at one of the devices and it actually said the band was in use. One of the ones where it will exclude it if there's a not just a Wi-Fi user locally, but if there's like a radar locally, and we're not too far from an airport, and I think that might have, it basically was having to ignore certain channels. I'm like, great. Let's see, kite cluster. Any suggestions for targets for the right telescope? What is that? It's like, I mean, some of these are like LBN, SH2 objects. Like these wouldn't even show up by default on Stellarium. It's just I have some of the extra catalogs turned on. Like I have the Bernard catalog, LBN, SH2. Fossil footprints, okay, but it's kind of tiny. Triple nebula. Maybe I'll do the triple nebula. How bright is that? Can I get both triples? I can get both triples. Let's try to do the triples. And yes, if you watch the original Star Trek, it is named after the trouble with triples because of the shape of those. So people very imaginative. Yeah. Which actually was like, I don't want to say I didn't watch all of the old Star Trek, but it was definitely one of my more one of my favorite episodes. Just because it was so goofy. Okay, so let us go into here and see if we can pull in these coordinates. So I'm gonna retrieve that triple nebula, and let's do 45 minutes. And I'm gonna crank up the gain and run that, and I sure hope that the schedule. Oh, great. Oh, no. Wait, what? Did I do this on the wrong? I'm so... No. Crap. This is, I mean, because of the workflow I do, where this is going to be a problem. What I ran into earlier, where I wasn't able to add something, or once it was in the complete state, I wasn't able to proceed. But if I restart the Alp, it's gonna mess up my mosaic here. But that might be just what I have to do. Sorry, let me see if I can grab this. Let me try re-entering this. 45 minutes, 150 gain, submit. Oh, what? But will it start? That's the question. I was able to enter it last time, but I wasn't able to start. And it said, I can't start it. That is unfortunate. Let me check something here. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have to stop this one here, but that's okay. I can always do it in. I mean, we're kind of in a dry weather pattern, so I'll have more time to work on this mosaic, and this will get fixed. So what I'm gonna do, and that's okay, because then what I'll be able to do is I'll use this for the Triple Nebula, and then we can have something else going on this one. So I'll go to schedule. I want to stop it to try to gracefully end the imaging session. Great. Hello, Seiko. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. And another note: if you haven't liked the video, please or the stream, please do, because it does help. So I'm just going to restart this. And it is shutting down. Okay. And now we will get the Triple Nebula here. Yeah, the bug, I had kind of made a report of this issue I'm having with not being able to do a second schedule on the same telescope without restarting the back end. And I think like the people who've been testing it don't run it that way, so they hadn't run into the issue, but it's probably just a back end problem. I mean, not back end problem, it's the front end not handling something correctly. So, okay, so again, it all ends up being a me problem. That's okay. Okay, so this is going to start going. Oh man, trees in the Helix Nebula. That stinks. Let's see. I think this might actually be, this Pi 5 might be ready to go. So maybe I should try it, or maybe I should try to come up with another target. Maybe I should move this one to the Helix Nebula. So we'll go Helix Nebula, search. Got it. And I'll do 45 minutes. I'll do 150 gain. And go and start. And we'll go to this view, same view, so we can kind of watch kind of what it's doing as it does it. Yeah, that's unfortunate that you have trees in the Helix Nebula. But for better or worse, it's relatively treeless in my backyard, so it's just buildings I have to deal with, so they're all like fixed location. You're kidding that you just missed the sub to get notifications of my next video. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, if you hold on, let me check. Sorry, oh, nice. Nice. Turf, that was cool. A view of Saturn. Let me see. Oh, hey. Oh. Okay. All right. So, what now? I'm getting distracted by Discord, which, speaking of which, I'll plug the Discord server if drop it in the chat as I sometimes do. That's the Discord server if you want to talk about astronomy or other random things, it's a great place to go. Okay, so these are running. So let's go start looking at it. See, hopefully no trees. And actually, hopefully no buildings. That's the bigger problem in my backyard. My pathologically bad backyard. And let's see if we get tribbles too. Okay. Thanks for joining, Dark Shades. Have a good evening. Good night. So let's see. Okay. I don't see much. I don't see any triples here, but I do see the Helix. Now, I'm going to try getting this. Well, it's out of frame, but I'm going to try starting up the Pi 5. So we'll see. Hopefully, like I say, no magic smoke. And if it doesn't work, I'm not going to try to troubleshoot it on stream. It was just more about if I could get it up and running, I wanted to get ALP running on it. Okay, actually, shoot, I should have switched. To this view. There we go. So we'll see if this works. Now, I didn't install the light version on this. I installed the full version. So, and this is the first boot. And that looks encouraging. Let me see. Let us see. Oh yeah. I wasn't sure if I had to change something so it would use the NVMe, but that is definitely encouraging. Hold on, let me, what do I change it to so I can view it on the monitor that's back there? Like, there, okay, cool. I have a monitor, it's kind of far. And like I say, this isn't the light version, this is the full. I'm not in the UK. I'm not in ADAC. I am in Chicago time zone, which is always great. That's the biggest city in the central time zone. Do I want to do that? Use English language as opposed to whatever, even though I specified. Let's see. Great. I thought I had pre-configured this, but for whatever reason, whatever. Let me go back to, let me see what I'm doing here. Give me a second here. Hold on. Give me a moment to oh, but I don't need Wi-Fi. I have it hardwired. Whatever. Gonna Okay. Just finishing up the configuration. Blah, blah, blah. And after this is done, let me, sorry, this is, I wonder if this is one of those things where the Wi-Fi is just gonna, oh, fail to connect to network. I do wonder if this is one of those things where, oh, skip. I'll skip Wi-Fi. Choose browser. Chromium. Sure. Oh, this is new. I don't remember this before. Let me switch back to, I don't remember this before. This, switch to, what do you call it? The Raspberry Pi Connect. That's like a new thing. I mean, it makes sense if you update software. This may involve a large download. I'll skip for now. Raspberry Pi ready to go. Restarting. And if you're tuning in, there is method to this madness. I'm just installing ALP on this. It is booting pretty fast. I mean, it is a what do you call it? It is running an SSD, so I would hope it would be running pretty fast. Let's change it to something better. Is there anything astronomical? We'll just do Aurora. It is night themed, so we'll go with that. And actually what I'm going to do, what I need to do is, but that's weird. It's very weird because what do you call it? I told it to like some default settings, including the initial user, initial password, and some other things. And yet it did not, honor all of the settings. So it's very strange. Anyway, let me get this to a better state, and then I'll return to the, okay. I wanted to make sure I could get into this remotely so I can switch back to the telescope view for now. And I will mess around with this box remotely. So let's see. Let us see. Okay, cool. Yeah, the Helix is looking good. I don't really see anything on the Tribble here. Like, there's supposedly some nebula in this frame, but I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it. Definitely seeing the Helix, but no Tribbles. Unfortunately. Yeah, VNC into the Pi, I should. Hypatia. Well, that's an interesting. For my assistant over here, which I sometimes end up out of the field of view. Yeah, let me, it's a good point about VNC. Let me try to do that. I got VNC viewer. Don't even have a host for that. Let's fix that. And nope, it's because I probably need to turn it on. Give me a moment here. Let's see. I can, let's see. Okay, so let me turn on, turning on the settings for this. Nope. And I mean, the good thing is the SSD, the NVMe SSD worked. No magic smoke. Always a plus. Let's see. Interface. Okay. Got to turn on VNC. I could have done that remotely. I don't know why I did it this way. What else might I want to turn on when I'm here? Nah, that's it. Updating configuration. All right, can I do this now? Oh, hey, continue. Oh, hey. Well, what do you know? Let me, I'm able to do some things. Did I boot from the SSD? Yes, I did. I did indeed. And surprisingly, it worked perfectly fine. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised, but it's good that it's more seamless than it used to be, because I remember having to go in and like mess around with things to change the boot order and stuff. All I did is I pulled out the micro SD card, and now I had imaged the NVMe SSD using this cheap little adapter, which you just stick the NVMe in it, and you can burn stuff to the SSD. But yeah, it worked just fine. And now I can have it off screen, but I can also bring it on screen. This is the VNC into that the Raspberry Pi. So I could go. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'll update it to the latest software, but where people don't have to watch me do that. Yeah, 182 packages. Because I didn't pick updating. Wow. I mean, I've seen reviews where people said it was fast, but it's fast. So and it's also hardwired. So like that's going at a pretty good clip. I mean, compared to most of the Pis I've worked with, I mean, the download speeds aren't setting any world records, but for a Pi, it's not too bad. Kind of curious when it starts, you know, installing it, how fast that'll be. But this Tribble is kind of disappointing, honestly. Definitely very disappointing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and so this is the Pi 5, just using the official um, M2 hat, which was like $12 at Micro Center, and then some cheap NVMe, like store branded from Micro Center. And this is not sponsored by Micro Center. I just like the place. Yeah, if yeah, just it's still downloading. It seems like most of the bottleneck is the download right now, and sometimes those could be kind of slow. This looks good. The Helix is looking good. Tribble not so much. Don't know what the heck's wrong with the Tribble. The trouble with the Tribble. I have a trouble with the Tribble. Or the Tribbles, since there's two of them. Very disappointing. You know, you don't expect to get up on a Monday morning and you don't think you're going to have trouble with Tribbles in the evening, but here we are. Well, so part of the reason I got it was to save images on it, and I mean, it does work, the saving of the preview frames, but yeah, and also like I've wanted to add logic which will kind of automatically pull the images off the Seestar, even if you're not running it that way, even if you're running it where it's saving to the Seestar. I want it to automatically mirror back to like the Pi, like it would be a flag, but I wanted more space for that. Plus I wanted to install that what is it called, the that project from QHY. But yeah, basically there were a lot of things that I kind of wanted to do that I would need more space. Plus, it's just so much faster than micro SDs. So between the two, oh yeah. So here it's doing the install. It's going at a good clip. Not quite as fast as one of my x86s that runs Debian, but actually not bad at all. And that was just Firefox it installed. That didn't take long at all. I mean, given that it's having to install 182 different things, including updated Chromium and Firefox, it's going at a decent clip. Do you have a speed check on the NVMe read-write? No, but do they have, is there a taskbar thing for that? No, not what I wanted. I don't use the Debian UI that much. And actually when I don't use the Raspberry Pi GUI that much, and when I run Debian GUI, or actually even on one of my Raspberry Pis where I use the GUI on it, I installed Plasma on it, the KDE UI, so I don't even know where some of it is. I might have to download it. Oops. What did I just do? Oh, that was lovely. I disconnected it. Wasn't thinking. It's in the Pi menu. Pi menu. Oh, Task Manager. Duh. Okay. Isn't it a Task Manager that has it? I thought one of these had like the disk IO. Is it not this one? Because I'm used to the one in KDE that has the disk IO. Is there another one? It's not diagnostics, is it? Oh. Oh. It is. Pass. That's not helpful. Target 500, it got 95,000 IOPS on writes. Target 1500 for reads, it got 110,000. It got 401 megabytes per second. It's not too bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's not like the NVMEs where you get like multi-gigabyte, but I mean 400, and who knows, there might be a setting that I'm missing, and I think there is, like, I think there's something where you can, I'll have to look at it, but there's where you can have it do a different gen of PCI Express, I think. I don't know, but still not bad. 450 megabytes per second. Or wait, yeah, on random 4K reads and writes, or 4K reads. Yeah. So yeah, not too bad. And actually what I want to do is, since just for good measure, I'm going to reboot this, and then I'll do the rest after it comes back. Yeah, it was under the Pi menu. But this is doing, again, this is doing well, this not so much. Very disappointing, actually. So we had troubles with tribbles. Okay. Luckily I have on kind of my overview monitor, I have the other this computer. Yeah, well, I mean, you have Raspberry Pis, so you can lend your expertise when I get lost. I mean, I have a bunch of Raspberry Pis. It's just sometimes I use them a very specific way, and I don't necessarily use the GUI in them. So let me bring up the browser, and let's go to GitHub. And it'll just be easier to copy this. See if this actually works. No. Oh, hey, it does work. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go. Oops, I already had one, but that's fine. Okay, that actually. Okay. Oops. And we'll run the, sorry, let's shift control. Will that actually work? There we go. Just wanted to increase the size of the text so it doesn't look microscopic. So I will do setup. Oh. Simon didn't say I didn't need to do that. I just need to go follow the instructions, go to the Raspberry Pi, and let's copy the text, the command it actually tells me to run, and then run it. So this is the command. So we'll see. I'm gonna have some water here. Now it downloads the internet while we wait. Oh, good. It's always good to know. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I have used the shutdown before, but it's good to know that it's still working. I mean, it is kind of handy because you can have a schedule and have that at the end where it shuts down, so it's not like open when especially if you know, depending on where your scope is, and if it's, you know, the sun rises, you can have it shut down before the sun rises. Yeah, now a start button. The only problem is, like, it's a hardware button, and some people have either kind of done like a, I don't know if it was a solenoid or something where it just kind of pushes the button, or I was thinking, you know, surely it would be possible to kind of I mean, that would be the least invasive way, but surely there'd be a way to kind of trigger the switch. I mean, it would involve getting to the disassembling it and getting to um, the board under the switch and the switch that it. But that's a project I've considered for another day because of this idea of having one of the two Seestars kind of permanently at another location that I don't have access to, and it would be nice if, I mean, especially if it was like a stretch where, you know, we will have stretches where maybe we're in drought conditions and you know, I know there's not going to be any rain for at least a week, and I can just kind of, if I could turn it on and off remotely, that would be nice. A Wi-Fi button pusher. Wi-Fi button pusher. This sounds. Actually, let me look at it off camera in case I end up finding a button pusher. Oh yeah. What? A finger bot on Amazon. Wow. Let me look at this. Actually, that reminds me. That reminds me of some. It was like smart home stuff where. Let me put the link over here. It was like smart home stuff for when if you wanted to kind of automate things that maybe old devices or one of a kind things or whatever. Is it like one of those impossible or what was it, useless machines where it has like a little thing that goes out and pushes the button? That would be hilarious. Maybe it wasn't such a useless machine. I think that's what it's doing. It's basically like a useless machine. That's awesome. If you could have something like that, just have it poke the button. See, now I want to now I need to do some more research and get something like that, because that would be handy. Does it say if it could do a momentary switch? It's a great question. Let me see. And this was just this particular model that I ran across. Normally open, on, off. Works with any rocker switch and one-way buttons. Yeah. So maybe not. And then, then there's other ones. But the Fingerbot, just the name of it, it's hilarious. Wow, this is like I vaguely knew about some of these things, but I hadn't looked at them. Wow. And it uses one of the 3M stickers. That was one of my questions, like how do they make it adhere? But that makes sense. Some of those 3M adhesives, it's kind of their thing. Makes a lot of sense. Holding a soda can. Interesting. May not work with overly rigid old mini switches, nor toggle and touchscreen, but yeah. Huh. Well, this is like a whole new thing that I need to investigate further, because especially if, I mean, that was $30. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not as expensive as I thought it might be. So if I could somehow rig up something like that, that would be awesome. And that would solve one of my things where, again, I could leave one of my Seestars at an undisclosed location where yeah, oops, sorry, where it wouldn't and I could shut it down and power it on every day, or days where I'm observing. Yeah. You could book. Actually, what was it? It was a movie. Was it? Oh no, it was Pee-wee's Great Adventure, I think, where he had like a door knocker, like it was like knocking on the door, and the person went to the door, and it was just like a device that was like knocking on the door. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and then a mini dome. Yeah, that would be the next thing. Oh, I need to. I was going to show a video of kind of the opposite of a mini dome. Uh, Actually, while this is compiling, while this is downloading the internet, let me bring this up. It was one of those things, like you get random things suggested, and I know we looked at some video, or not really looked at it, but there was the video with the RASes configured, and this popped up on my feed, and I'm like, what in the world? Um, well, but before you go, look at this. Um, it's a private observatory. Um, I'll drop the link in the description, but it's uh, it's it's uh, it's crazy. Like yeah, look at the aerial shot of that, of this observatory. Um, Solar power, the raised deck, but it's got a plane wave, a 28-inch plane wave in there, which I looked it up. It's 195,000 just for the telescope. So yeah, this little private observatory is a little kind of a bit pricey. It's got the what do you call it, ductless ACs to keep it kind of equalized with the external temperature, and it's got like a weather. It's got I mean, you can kind of see it on one of the views. It's got like a over here. It's got like a little weather station where it should automatically close the dome, and it's fully remotely accessible. So definitely very very reasonable for, you know, for home use. Like, anyway, Yeah. So this I need a dome kind of on the other end of domes, a mini dome, a micro dome, domed trash can. Actually, that's actually a good idea because they have those little trash cans that have. I mean, they even have pretty tiny ones. Oh man, I like that. Like mini domed trash can. Yeah, like one of these. I could totally do that. How big is this? How big is it? Come on. 1.3 gallon. Do they have any others that are bigger? Yeah, look at this. It's how big in diameter is this? Oh, it's only 7 inches. That might be. Oh no, it's a foot tall. I don't know. I'd have to measure it, and maybe if I could get one slightly bigger than that, I'd have a. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. This thing is just mental. But yeah, it is interesting. Interesting setup there. But yeah, there's the. But this is. I think this was like a telescope that they had or something, and they wanted it attached to the main plane wave. Yeah, right there, right there you go. But yeah, look at that. The quite a setup there. Oh, and then it has a cover over the mirror, so yeah, that kind of unfolds. Yeah, nice little personal observatory there. Uh, good night, Cosmic Array. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. As always. Thanks. Yeah, piggyback telescope, but still, I mean that piggyback telescope's not tiny. I mean, because the main scope's 28 inches. Like I say, it's this. Yeah, this is the main scope. Plane wave, 28-inch aperture, 4500 millimeter focal length, f6.5, and it's the corrected Dahl-Kirkham design, up to 50 degrees per second for slewing. Space situational awareness and space domain awareness. So like if you need to yeah, track satellites. 1,200 pounds. Dang. Wow. Instrument panel payload. It can have 150 pounds of instruments on it. Jeez. Nice. Anyway, but yeah, that showed up on my feed, and I'm like, interesting. Nice. And this channel, they have other um, setups they've done for universities and others. So it's kind of interesting. But when that showed up on my feed, I was like, wow, nice. Cool. So this is going. Actually, let me go look at where we are on the Pi 5. Oh, protocol error, connection aborted. Let's try rerunning this. Let's see. I'm not up to date. I think it just had a problem pulling some of the Pi dependencies. Not the Python dependencies. And so, yeah. I'll let that run. But this is working. Now, how long has this been going? I think I set both of them for like 45 minutes. So they should be finishing up soon. The Tribble is very disappointing. I mean, this is like extremely disappointing. I mean, I didn't have like outrageous expectations of it, but I expected it to look more like I expected it to look more like more than it is. Like at least I expected to see something, you know, not that. That's just kind of disappointing. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's got, you know, an extra digit, an extra decimal place, and a couple extra letters. How different could it be? Yeah. Hello, Sahil. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I'm the Helix Nebula here. This is the Tribble Nebula, or two Tribbles should be there, but unfortunately, neither one of them is particularly. Um, yeah, I don't know what happened. I guess this target is just very faint. So I'm probably going to have to image this a lot more. So we'll see. So we had trouble with Tribbles. And actually, you joined just in time because I only did these for 45 minutes, so this one's about ready to finish. And look at the gradient on this one. It's like, wow. The red to green gradient and some noise. So the field rotation hasn't been too bad, but gradient. I mean, that'll clean up, but yeah, the other thing I was doing was installing setting up a Raspberry Pi 5 with trying to get Seestar Alp running on it, which I had it running on the 5, but I had it in headless mode, or the light version of PiOS, and I redid it with the full version, the full desktop version. And so this is it installing. So been letting that go. It's because the indie stuff was added. It's having to download and install a bunch of stuff. So I'll have to figure out something else to image. I do find this idea of the trash can dome for the Seestar to be kind of funny. But okay, this finished. And this is about to finish in about 30 seconds. I'll wait for that to finish and we'll go figure out something else to image. Is the moon even up? The moon just rose, so it hasn't started washing the sky out yet. Well, it's already washed out because of light pollution, but at least it's not washed out from the moon yet. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of Python dependencies, unfortunately. Or for better or worse. The thing is, it's real easy to do because there's like so many things we've added to it, and every one of them's like a different Python library that sometimes drags in a lot of other stuff. So yeah, Falcon. Oh yeah, that's another thing. There was an issue if you didn't use, like, if you use the update or setup script, it uses a Pi virtual environment that kind of puts you on a fixed version of Python. But what I ran into is I don't run it that way locally on my Mac. I use whatever version of Python I have, and the problem was I upgraded Python to Python 3.13, which is the latest that came out pretty recently, and Falcon breaks. Like there's a beta version of it, but or maybe it's finally been released. But when I did it, it broke my local version of ALP, and I had to pin to a specific version. Is this done? I think it's done. It just hasn't switched out of imaging mode. Oh yeah. No, that's going to be a problem. Unfortunately, which is at least on the Pi. That's why it's good to run it with the virtual environment. But yeah, I ran into that on my Mac, and yeah, I someone had mentioned that, oh, well, if you use Falcon 4.0 pre-release or something, it works. And I'm like, I just rolled back to, I mean, I basically set up a virtual environment just for Seestar on my Mac. I mean, for Alp. So let's find another target to image. The tribbles were kind of not very impressive, so we'll have to find something else. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like a release candidate, and I'm like, I guess the thing was, it may have been before a live stream or something, and I was like, I don't want to kind of play a game of whack-a-mole. Like I wasn't convinced that was the only thing that was going to break, and so I was concerned that like I'd fix that and then I'd run into another dependency that was broken, and so I was like, I'll just go back to the old version, at least for Alp, because yeah, sometimes you end up with that kind of yeah, just dependency, never-ending updates, or trying to find something that works. Okay, so let's see. There's a whole bunch of stuff over here. A lot of it's just kind of random little SH1 objects. Now this embryo nebula. Did I actually look at that one? Oh, that was an interesting one. Let me look at my notes to see if that was something I tried previously. I think I did try that, and I think I ran into an issue, but I'm going to try it again. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an experiment here, because I think it's partly reflection, partly emission nebula. So I'm going to try running it on both telescopes, but one with the light pollution filter and one without, just to see. Just to see how it goes. Okay. And go to image and go to image, and we'll do, I'm just going to do 20 minutes. NGC 133, 3, NGC 133. And we'll do 25 minutes, 150, 25 minutes, 150. And I'll do light pollution filter on this one, but not on this one. Just as an experiment. I mean, especially at this point where the moon isn't, like it just rose and it's behind buildings. So it would be a good opportunity to kind of compare the two in a bad portal situation. Okay. So let that go for a bit. No, it's been more of something I've been just trying out recently. Um, the the default is 80, and I had done 80 for months, or yeah, for months. And some other people were saying that they've been doing it at 110 without any apparent ill effects. And so I've been, like, the Heart Nebula mosaic that I've been shooting at gain of 110. But then I've been doing experiments recently where I'm like, let me try 150 and just see, because even if it's has some extra noise, but I'm getting more data, and then if I process it and it ends up looking okay, then maybe I should just do that. So it's kind of an experiment, and just seeing how it impacts the final image. Oh, and that's spectacular. It blew up. Oh, this is what happened before. It like had a timeout. That's unfortunate. What was it downloading? Huh. Well, let me rerun that and see what it comes up with. Oh, great. This is going to take forever if it keeps failing and restarting. Fail, dark library. Oh, it's interesting. It's redoing the dark library. This one has started imaging, so let's go look at that. And this is the one without the light pollution filter. And this is the one that will be with the light pollution filter. So we'll see how that how it compares. I'm gonna did the SSC config page get changed from experimental? That is a great question. And kind of, if it hasn't, it's kind of hilarious, but let me look. Config.h wait, it's under nav. It's still experimental. I'm gonna delete that. I'll commit that update, because yeah, it should not. It shouldn't be experimental. I mean, it is kind of funny that you can edit the experimental flag once you've turned on experimental, but until you don't see the config screen, which isn't ideal. Okay, so this one has the light pollution filter, or this one does not, and this one does. So I'm going to I actually muted the audio this time because I was afraid that, yeah, opening a can would be a bit too much. So this has 13 frames. This has 6. It will be interesting once it gets more. I mean, I should have probably done it for longer than 25 minutes, but at least we'll get a feel for the difference. let me let me look at the pi. Okay. I may end up having to do something may have to redo this if it keeps failing. Not redo the pi, but rethink how I'm installing these dependencies. One thing I've been experimenting with locally is instead of using, I've been experimenting with UV for Python. Yeah, 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 exactly. And also, like, I haven't done it on stream, but I've done it um, like on off stream nights where I was getting more data for the Heart Nebula mosaic I've been working on, and it was nice being able to do 5 hours worth of imaging in 2.5 hours. I mean, and especially with kind of when you go in and when you schedule a mosaic and you have the number of panels and you can check, you know, wait, where is it? I don't see the, oh, it's because I'm in the wrong place. You have to go to Federation, but once you're in Federation, there's a check to split mosaic across multiple Seestars, so it'll split the panels across the Seestars, which was nice. I must admit that was very nice. I mean, because I've previously done it by hand, but it was nice to just have it be a checkbox. Yeah, yeah. I know you're Seiko. You're on a mission to quantify SNR more. But yeah, it will be interesting because I mean I did see. I think I did a similar version of this at one point, but it was with the old SNR. Actually, I wasn't doing light pollution versus no light pollution. I think I was doing two different gains, but then I did it the other way because since the one on the right seems to be noisier, just like intrinsically noisier, the sensor on it seems to be noisier. I wanted to try to make sure there wasn't some skew one way or the other. Now, it is interesting because I see more of kind of some of the nebulosity there, but I also see a lot more gradient on this image than on the one on the right, which is to be expected, but still. But look at the SNR versus this SNR. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would have less signal and less noise, but like how much, if it decreases the signal to a greater extent than it decreases the noise, that could mess up the, or it would make the SNR worse. But on the other hand, this has more frames. This one only has 12 frames. This one's behind. This one has 34 frames, so we really won't know until they're both like done how they stack up, so to speak. No pun intended. And this might not be the best target to do this kind of test. Like ideally it would be one where there's like strong, well, yeah, it would be probably could be a bunch of different scenarios. Try it with a reflection nebula, try it with an emission nebula, try it with a galaxy. I mean, because people will shoot a mixture of with and without light pollution filter. Well, this thing is, I'm gonna have to work on this later. So it failed again, so I'm not going to keep messing with it. Which actually is, yeah, I don't know if it's just timing out or if it's because, is it timing out? Yeah, read timeout. And it's on, oh, Pi wheels? Interesting. I mean, I'm on a network that's hardwired, so it shouldn't have any issues. What? What in the world? You know what? Let me try turning off IPv6. Maybe that's my problem. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem, but maybe it is a problem. Yeah, no, I agree. No, and really, so I don't know if you caught it or if this was before you got on the stream, Seiko. One thing that came up, somebody has contributed. They contributed a PowerShell script that that will kind of analyze, like collect a bunch of information from the Seestar as far as like what targets were imaged, how many frames, and it'll put them in a table. Let me see if I can find it. It'll take me too long to dig it up, but it puts it in a HTML table. It's written in PowerShell script, PowerShell, and so it works great on Windows, but and it's now in the main repo under scripts. But I think what I'm going to do is kind of port adapt the functionality into ALP. And one of the things that came up is, or this idea I've been kicking around for a while, is to actually kind of keep an observation log or an imaging log in like a SQLite database in ALP, because SQLite is built into Python, the bindings to it, so it wouldn't be like a big new dependency. And then you could then we'd be able to maybe be more methodical about this stuff too, like where we could kind of start tracking SNR per, like basically trying to account for all the variables, like you know, what did you have the light pollution filter on? Did you what was the gain on the image? And then what was the final SNR? And then if you image the same target with different parameters over different nights, we could maybe more easily start seeing trends and commonalities and stuff. And so, yeah, that could be kind of, and then if different people do that with similar targets, or just the same target in different Bortles, you know, different amounts of light pollution, then we could really start kind of getting, yeah, patterns and figure out, you know, quantify it more rather than just like, oh yeah, you want to do this and it'll be, you know, you have to go image longer. It's like, well, how much longer? Which I know is one of the things you really want to do. But I think once we start capturing a log, an observation log with some of these metrics, it might make it easier. Yeah. Okay. I'm still looking at the Pi off camera. Let's see, Raspberry Pi configuration. Nope, nope, it wasn't there. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to temporarily turn off IPv6 on this Pi, and it found something. 3 simple ways to do it. I don't need 3 ways. I want 1 way. Oh. Well, that doesn't help. It's like, oh, you can go to the network manager, except that only shows up. Well, let me see if I can fix that. Let's see. Yeah. Forget that. Quit that. And sorry, I'm just kind of messing around with the Pi off camera, trying to look at some of the network stuff on this. That's all right. Oh, hey. Yeah, so it's funny. The GUI for the network controls on the Raspberry Pi aren't showing up because I didn't configure Wi-Fi, and I guess it just decides not to do it if you just have a hardwired connection. So there's this command that I've never used before for network monitor text user interface or network manager. And so I can go edit a configuration and go, so I'm going to shut off IPv6 and okay. And back and quit. Did it actually do anything? No, it didn't. Let me see. Says it's disabled. Okay. I'm gonna reboot. It's just not cooperative. Anyway, sorry. Can you run any target, one Seestar with light and one off for 10? Well, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm running the same target, but it's going to be for 25 minutes. And this one has the light pollution filter off. This one has it on. I should definitely probably pick a different target next time. Maybe do this again. Maybe something with better nebulosity. But one nice thing about this Pi 5 is with the SSDs, it's really fast to reboot. Great. I ended up, well, no. That didn't work. Hold on. It's, yeah. What does the SNR look like now? So this one, it is 92 frames and the SNR is 9? I don't know about these. See, now this one is showing better SNR. And I know it's been, I think the algorithm tries to figure out I need to do the test again with, what do you call it, with a different target once these are done with. Okay. Why isn't this very strange? Okay, this will be done in about 2-3 minutes. So, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Right, hold on. Okay, let's see. Okay, cool. I may have actually gotten it done. Yes, I was actually able to disable IPv6 on the Pi. So let's try this again. And all right. So this is almost going to finish. So this is like a 9.5 for the SNR, and this has 85, but I'm not sure if I trust those numbers with these, with the targets as is. So we'll find a brighter target. All right. And all right. Okay. So let's find another target. Yeah, I think it might have been, yeah. But let's find another target. What would be bright? I don't know if these would be bright really. I mean, is the Sol Nebula bright enough? Sol/Baby Nebula, maybe that's bright enough. What do you think? What do people think? I think I'll do that. Or I could do the Heart of the Heart Nebula. Yeah, the veil. I think the problem is it's might already be, yeah, it's already blocked by a building, unfortunately. So maybe either the Sol Nebula or the Heart of the Heart Nebula, because that's relatively. Oh, the fish. Let's do the fish. I'll do the fish. It's small enough. I'll do the Fish Head Nebula. Let me do that. So I'll do schedule. Oh, I'm gonna have to, because of that issue. Let's see. All right. Okay. So I will go image, and I'll pull the right ascension declination. I'll do half an hour or 20 minutes, 150. I'll not have the light pollution on this one. And on this one, I'll do image, pull the coordinates, 20 minutes, and 150. And I'll leave the light pollution on this one. So I'll go, and then, oops, start. Okay. I mean, that's a reasonably bright target, the fish head. I mean, there's brighter targets, but at this point, given my backyard and given the time of day, time of year. So now, oh, see, that's interesting. I turned off IPv6, and this was able to run. It was able to complete, which is really interesting, because it was having it was failing at one point over and over again, which is not ideal. So let's see if I can, oops, didn't mean to do that. So if I go, I should be able to, okay, fine, that's working fine. So let me go, I'm going to edit the configuration file to add both of my telescopes and okay, let's see, true, okay, all right, and okay. Cool. Okay, that's all fine. Fine. Okay. Let's go grab the telescope configuration here. I'll go back to that. Like, I don't get why. Okay. So, all right, and let's look at this one. Okay, cool. So now, bear with me here. I'm just configuring the remote instance of Alp to have both of the telescopes configured, which they are, and it's showing the stats correctly. And why did I even, the reason I wanted to do that is then, oh, this is interesting. Look at this. This is the one with the, the Fishhead Nebula is an emission nebula, which they always say you should use the light pollution filter for that. I mean, especially in a light polluted area like I am. But it's interesting because you can see so many more stars in this image, but the nebula itself is barely visible. Whereas here you can really start seeing the head. Very interesting. Now, what's the SNR look like? And yet the SNR allegedly is higher on this one, but I wouldn't read too much into it at the number of frames it's got. What was I gonna? So, oh yeah. I want to bring this up. And let's turn off this view. And then the reason I went through this whole exercise is to get back to where I was last live stream. Oh, why am I on this one? Go to is it that one? Oh, yeah, it was this one. I want to do remote control, configure. No, not remote control, telescope control. Telescope control, configure, connect, and connect. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Give me a sec here. Let me see. Let me see real quick. bear with me. I'm just trying to get, again, this was a new a new drive for the Pi, so I'm something I had configured before. I don't have right now, so I'm quickly reinstalling it. And it's almost there. And okay. All right. And there and there. Basically, I had to get the VPN configured because I was using, did that end up? Yep, cool. Because I was using, in Stellarium, I was using a VPN IP instead of the local network IP. Oh, no, stop. What I need to do is figure out, almost there, admin console and Alp is, where is Alp? I have a few devices here and okay, my IP is slightly different, so let's go into here and go edit, and the IP is this, and refresh. This is device A, so I ended up kind of pointing both of them at device A yesterday, so let's make sure I don't do that. Change that. There's method to this madness, supposedly, theoretically. And then want device B, okay. Connect. Finally, okay. That was a lot of work, basically, to get both of the Seestars and Stellarium showing where they're pointing, which we knew, but now we can verify it. Anyway, that was more of a trip than it needed to be, so let me go back. Yeah. Well, and also the SNR, I think, was changed where it's not for the overall image. Yeah, I forget it. It like divides the image into different squares and then calculates the SNR for each square, and then I forget what it does with the result. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally true. Yeah, this is gathering stuff we don't care about, like stars, but not much of what we do care about. Although now the SNR is really going up, now that it's actually, like in the beginning it wasn't. I mean, I guess because there were a lot of stars and there was barely any stars here, and so the SNR was bad. But now that there's actually more stuff starting to show up here, I guess the SNR has really started kind of pulling ahead. That's interesting. Which also goes to the whole thing about exposure duration. Like it's a function of the target and the exposure duration, and probably your skies, your light pollution levels. But it is interesting seeing, like, this is pretty drastic. But if you're wanting stars, which is why, like, for certain targets, like a globular cluster, you don't use the light pollution filter. That is pretty drastic. But then if you combine the two, you get a lot more star data. So that's like people do that with some targets where they'll combine them. I mean, combine with and without light pollution filter. But yeah, progress. It's an interesting. Well, this is good. I got my Pi 5 working. I got ALP running on it. I got the VPN running on it again. And so I'm able to show the coordinates in, or show where the telescopes are actually pointed in Stellarium. It's kind of hard to tell with the nebulosity, or with like if I turn off the nebula, you can see A and B. Which, yeah, they are shifted a little bit. You can, like, you see these three stars here, they're offset a little bit. I mean, they're at a different point in the frame, so it's, the two of them aren't pointing at the exact same spot. They're close, but, and like, even up, down, you can tell they're definitely, like looking at stars near the edge, like this double here versus here, it's closer to the edge of the frame. So, yeah, so I've got my kind of test bed Pi running again, but on the SSD now. And it's got and I've got the full version. So really I could, if I wanted to really be, and actually this was a test I wanted to do, because the Pi browser isn't always the fastest. Well, what I would probably do is I would remove the gradient on each and then combine them. System after support, it's possible. If other people's aren't that way, then it's quite possible that's just me. Did this SNR on the left jump to 125? Let's see. Oops. Yeah, now it's 127. Yeah, I mean, it's still a work in progress, the SNR. Like the old value was showing, it would always show values in the hundreds. And so there's been some refinement of it to kind of look at subsets of the image. I mean, I guess really ideally you'd, yeah, I don't know. We do some other kind of metric, maybe focusing on like the fish itself, since that's kind of the important part on this image. You know, kind of a, what do you call it? A kind of area of interest or something. But maybe with time. So let's see. I wanted to actually see how live view works on this. Now, granted, oh, sorry. Experimental isn't turned on, and you can tell because like the configuration screen's not there and live view's not there. Let's try this. Experimental. That's pretty funny. Okay. Will it pick it up if I reload it, or do I need to? It might. Man, this is. There we go. Okay, let's look at live view. Oh, that's not off to a good start. Why isn't it showing live view? Maybe it doesn't like being localhost. Let me do the same. It was what's the IP? That doesn't help. Let me find that out. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I have. Well, not a lot of stuff, but there's like little, yeah, new learning curve for the SNR. Yeah. We need to kind of nail that down because, I mean, until we do it's hard to really, well, unless we reprocess the SNR, like, especially if you have, yeah, multiple images, and we could, yeah, that's true. Let me see what's going on with this. Oh, failed the connection refused. Why is the connection refused? Oh, wait. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, let's see if this fixes it. Let me see. Is that even the right IP? Yeah, that's the right IP. Yeah, basically the problem is, I think, or maybe the problem was, nope, so much for that theory. I thought maybe it was related to some web specific things, cross script, yeah, cross request issues or whatever. Hold on, give me a sec. Yeah, core stuff. And I see, like, I have configured the code to be able to handle that, but every once in a while I'll run into situations where it's not, like I missed something. Oh. What? That's interesting. It wasn't logging to standard out, so I turned on logging and restarted the service, and now this real-time thing is working, which was one of the, yeah. it's like an incantation. I said, we said cores, and it fixed that. I've been using what I'm seeing from your streams to what I see on my one to work out of a ballpark. Yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing I am, well, and it's it's doubly worse because I'm also running it over VNC, so that isn't helping. Oh, did it finish? Well, that isn't helping me. The imaging finished. And I don't even know what the final SNR was. Wah. But it was clear that this one was looking much better, at least. Let me go here, and try to... I'm just going to close this one. And why is this? Oh, because home shows both. So weird. Oh, don't tell me this is... No? I wonder. Let me try something here. Let's try this. Yeah, cursor trailing. Yeah, it's yeah, it should still give the 2-second subs. And it's not clear why it isn't. I'm looking at the logs and it's not a clear why. Thought maybe it was because I've run into issues with Firefox versus Chrome when it comes to these the streaming images. But no, that's not the right one. Status is fine. I don't care about status. I'm just going to look at one more thing here and then I'm going to move on. I was just wanting to, you know, see if I could actually use this Pi 5 for the imaging, but I guess not. Oh well. Yeah, so it was, I tried at least. So I'll do more with this maybe on another stream. I'm thinking of installing, well, what I was planning on doing is installing Stellarium and K-stars on there and maybe a few other things too. Just to try to see what I could run on a Pi. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, and it's weird because like if I look at the logs from the on that Pi, yeah, it's, well, this tends to indicate it's getting backed up, so maybe it's just having problems internally. And then this 12-second, oh no, that was fine. But some of the, like whenever it says the queue depth, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. Yeah, I'll have to try it again. Yeah, I did go into the network tab. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so light pollution versus test. non-light pollution. It was interesting because the image without the light pollution filter, it was definitely showing more stars, and it initially started off with a higher SNR and then it dropped below, but then it ended up going up again, which might be just it's a function of the way the SNR is being done, I think. But there was like loads more nebulosity on the right. Like you could barely see the fish head nebula on the left, but the on the right it was very well very well defined. So yeah, from that point of view, it was definitely um, it definitely shows that you need, at least in light polluted skies, you definitely need the light pollution filter if you're shooting nebulas, which is kind of, yeah, not surprising, but it is nice to see it side by side to really see what the differences are. And I'll probably, maybe I'll do that again uh, on other nights, do another side by side, which I've done a few different side by sides, but I need to do more. How about a galaxy? Yeah, let's do that. Let me see if Andromeda's high, is too high. Um, let me. I'm gonna stop and restart this one. So Andromeda is high, but is it too high? And I'll do like, see that, where does the, it does, I'm just going to do the core of M31 because that's nice and bright. So let's do that. Let's go schedule. I'm solid Bortle 9. I am like, yeah, I'm not 8, I'm 9. It's bad. Okay, what happened here? Yeah, so it's pretty abysmal. And we'll do half an hour. And this, I think this will be the last thing for the evening. Let me just see what this is looking like. Hopefully okay, good. I was afraid maybe my all sky camera was, I was hoping it wouldn't run out of battery. And do I want to do this one with light or without light pollution? I'll do this without light pollution. And I'll do the same thing here. Sorry. Okay. Mosaic, not mosaic image, M31, not N31. I'm not sure what I'm not. Sometimes what happens is I'll be offset by one key on the keyboard or partly, or one hand will be off, and it's just like, it just ends up being chaos. 30 minutes, 150 gain, and I'll do light pollution filter on this one. Okay, so go and go. Yeah. Yeah, without light on the left. Yep. I will, that is what I did. I had to think about it, but okay. I don't know if this one ever horizontally calibrated. But we'll find out. No, the one on the right never polar aligned. So this one's already starting to stack, and this one's trying to polar align itself after going for a few hours. It's like, nope, still haven't figured it out. Yeah. 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 That seems like a fair guess. Now the one thing I've seen people do um, with certain targets, I think they'll do it with certain galaxies where you can kind of get the I mean, even with a Seestar, you could get the like some of the nebulosity areas in the galaxy, but it has to be a relatively close one. Oh, hey. Did this actually finally figure it out? So go to live view. And we'll see what kind of, how the SNR ends up, hopefully not completely all over the place. Oh, and I need to, forgot I can, oh, because I restarted. Oh no, they're connected. It says they're connected. I don't see where the telescopes. Where'd they go? Oh, no, they're not down there. They should be back up here. They're not at the fish head. They should be back up at M31. Are these actually connected? It says they're connected. Oh, okay. Maybe it just, no? Yeah. Seestar A and B are there. And actually, they're pretty close this time. Oh, nice. Let's go to live view. Now's the moment of truth for the one with light pollution filter on the right. Okay, no problem. Enjoy your walk. Oh, yeah. Definitely. So much fainter. The one on the right. Yeah. Yeah. It's, well, I mean, the core of M31 is pretty, and the conditions aren't too bad here tonight. Um, I mean, even for my skies, and plus the moon it's not that high yet, but um, yeah. Although it's interesting, look, the SNR is almost the same between the two, which just shows you that like the metric is, I guess, whatever. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens to the SNR as we get more data. But I think this will be my last test for the evening, just because it's getting a little late, and it's well, it's not that late, but it's Monday, and I try to get up reasonably early in the morning. So, oops. Um, just kind of got a few screws, a few few loose screws here from the Pi hat, M3 hat, not M3, M2. It's so advanced, it's not an M2, it's an M3. Let's see. Let us see. 4 minutes on the right, on the left, and 3 on the right. And again, the SNR is like staying about the same, which is really interesting. Yeah, yeah. Well, we're living in the past here, so yeah. You're just or you're just living in the future. And it's already, what is it, tomorrow? Or it's already Tuesday afternoon. Yikes. One of the class broke off. Yeah, I'd say yeah, tape. I mean, I'd be leery of gluing it. I mean, that potentially, if you had the right kind of glue, it might be okay. But I mean, personally, I'd probably tape it. Uh, uh, Stream went well, I guess. Thank you. I guess. um, but yeah, if you drop it, I just yeah, yeah, that's probably all I do is I'd probably just tape it. Yeah, it is there are some dust lanes becoming more visible here, but still so much more over here. Hmm. No, yeah. Yeah. And again, the SNR, however this is being computed, it ends up being similar, which is very interesting. Let me see. So because we have been having these better conditions for observing, at least, I've been trying to, you know, take advantage of it, but also not stream every day, just because, um, yeah, just because. But it looks like, I mean, I wouldn't do Tuesday evening, not because of the conditions, but just to avoid back to back. But it does look like Wednesday might be promising. So and transparency and seeing above average, so that could be good. That could be very good because a lot of times we're below average on both. So I might do another stream on Wednesday, and maybe do more with the Pi. Um, you know, trying to get Stellarium running and or K stars. Um, just try to build that out a bit more. Kind of my goal of making the ultimate AstroPi. Okay, maybe not the ultimate one, but a loaded AstroPi. Well, it wouldn't be covered by warranty. I guess it would depend on how bad the damage is. Um, I mean, for me, I probably wouldn't unless I thought there was something wrong with it mechanically or optically. Is the field rotation on the right towards the upper left of the right image? Yeah, no, you're not imagining things. It's definitely got more noise, more noticeable noise there, right here. Whereas this does not have that, which is kind of interesting. Put Seattle in, oh, Seattle, right, right, in astroperic. Um, let's see. Oops. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Yeah, that I can already tell that doesn't look promising there. Uh, oh, tomorrow is might be okay earlier, but then clouds. Then Wednesday, no, Thursday evening you might have a brief window there. Friday, no. Saturday, no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. I've actually only been to Seattle once, and it was funny because it was like 70, 75 degrees and sunny, not a cloud in the sky. So yeah, I didn't quite get the authentic Seattle weather. It yeah, it was nice. It was a nice day there. Yeah, yeah, it is. And yeah, not completely surprised, but I mean, I don't know what color cast to expect, but I'm not, I mean, I have seen it where certain things end up with more of a cast than others, but yeah, it is interesting because this is definitely more yellow, and the right is white, although it's also a bit warm, the color. Like this, the core looks kind of white, but some of this looks a little warm, but not yellow, like almost red. One thing I still need to do is I need to get an adapter, and that would be another interesting test. Is do a side by side of these two telescopes. Actually, this will be good going into kind of nebula, or with really bright nebula like um, the Orion Nebula, using the built-in uh, um, light pollution filter, and then I have a narrowband a 2-inch narrowband filter, or dual narrowband filter, and it would be interesting to see do a side by side with that, with something like Orion. But I just need to 3D print the filter adapter. But that would be a cool test side by side. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's interesting. Definitely interesting. And how much time is it up to now? 15 minutes. So it's about halfway there. Because I think I set it for half an hour. So, oh yeah. Yeah. I hope it didn't expire. Let me see. Incognito. Okay. See, I'll post the link right now, and maybe you can try it. Because I keep sharing this link, and hopefully it's not not bad. Because I'd set it not to expire, but maybe I grabbed the wrong link. Let me see. One more thing. That is so loud. Huh. Let me look at Discord. Let me see. Server invite people. Let's see. Never generate. Yeah, I literally told it to generate a link, a new link, and I said don't expire it, and it gave me the exact same link. Yeah. Yeah, I've had mixed luck sometimes with links, and you know, if I don't have it open, sometimes it'll, yeah. But this is yeah. And yet it's it's interesting because both of these have kind of kept a fairly consistent SNR, both of them around 10 and a half plus or minus a few tenths. Very interesting. 66 frames there and 56 here. Oh, that's interesting. This one's dropped more frames. And yet this one is the one that has had a hard time polar aligning. Go figure. Yeah. Yeah, this Pi 5, I'm looking forward to testing that out some more, especially with things like Stellarium. Okay, nice. Nice. Yeah, thanks, Seiko, for doing that. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Nice. Yeah, so once this runs out, I think I'm definitely going to call it a night, but yeah. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind next. If anybody has any issues, tell them to make sure the Discord app is running. But yeah, I might. I still think that would be funny. Have like trash can dome, for my telescope. Okay, so how goes it? Which is which? Yeah, just in time. I mean, it's still got a few more minutes, but the one on the left is without the light pollution filter, and the one on the right is with the light pollution filter. And kind of funny, the SNR has basically remained about the same around this 10.5 number, which is kind of interesting. but yeah, it's yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you still get detail here, and I know I've shot in conditions where I ended up using light pollution filter for a galaxy, and yeah, I mean I got a result, but um yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Yeah, a dome is a great idea. Yeah, the light. Well, it was interesting because the one on the right wasn't horizontally. It wasn't even polar aligned, but I think it finally polar aligned itself. So maybe this one has kind of, I don't know. Maybe this one's needs to be realigned, but it is, yeah. The one on the right definitely has more. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, definitely visually. And the SNR is about the same for both. And one thing that is, was pointed out, the this line here is the of noise. It's interesting how much more prominent it is on the one on the right than on the left. Yeah, 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 it's kind of interesting. Although that would be one thing. Let me see. Actually, I don't want to go off these screens, so let me go look what it thinks the how level they both are, because this one claims it's 3/4 of a degree and this one is 3 degrees. So the one on the right, which is dropping less frames, is much more poorly aligned. I mean, much more poorly leveled than the one on the left, at least according to the level sensor, which may or may not be accurate. um, why does it sometimes stick on the screen? But yeah, this is it's an interesting little test. Like I say, I definitely want to test out a dual narrowband, like an A/B test with that, because that could produce some. That might be interesting. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So. But yeah, I'll do another live stream on Wednesday, and we'll kind of play it. I'll play it by ear as far as what what I'll do after Wednesday. If I do one Friday, because did Friday look okay? Oh, Friday looks like it could actually be okay, which would be nice. Because Friday evenings can be, at least then if the conditions are good, it's nice to be able to kind of go later, and the moon will be just that much more out of the way. So could be good for some targets, because there's some things that start rising around midnight that I want to image more. Man, this thing is getting, you know, it's actually surprising there isn't more field rotation here, because this is going through a time where it's like really rotating as it goes through the meridian. So it's actually surprising there aren't worse artifacts. Um, but yeah, there's some stuff like Pleiades are actually up right now. The Flaming Star Nebula. I've wanted to get some more time on that. I think I imaged it once um, with the Seestar, and then there's the Spider and the Fly, which are pretty good targets. and they're just starting to rise. So hopefully the conditions will be above average, like they're supposedly going to be on Wednesday. Hopefully they're that way on Friday as well, so I can image some of these after towards midnight. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, theoretically it would be about the same field rotation because they were started around the same time, but and the field rotation, I would expect there to be even more noise on both of them given how much field rotation's happening. Um, yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess it kind of depends, but yeah, a lot of times, yeah, it depends on where it is, but a lot of targets, at least in that area where they are, um, what do you call it? What their declination is can affect it, I guess, too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's well, I have a. It's not that cheap of a SV Bony, but it is one of the filters I have is an SV Bony, and it's that kind of dual narrowband that it's not quite like an what is it, the Helix Stream? Not quite like that, but it's a reasonable filter. But yeah, and I want to compare that one to the Seestar's filter just to see. When M31 flips like that, it keeps imaging. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I need to ping you about seeing if we can set something up where I can test the app against your telescope to see if we can, unless someone else has looked at it already, because it would be good to, like I said earlier, get ahead of this and try to figure out why the beta is breaking the app, um, or the Alp software. But yeah, this is actually it's almost done because I think I only did 30 minutes for time on target. Well, I mean, I did 30 minutes and it's the time on target basically, so it'll be finishing shortly. I mean, it's a pretty bright target. It's not too bad. Oh, now I can really see the field rotation. Look at that. That line, like that's the field rotation, and here that's the field rotation. Wow. And then this line here is the field rotation. I guess it's funny because sometimes you don't notice it until like suddenly you do. Like it just, I don't know, just I guess gets to a threshold where the stacking just isn't, it just, yeah. And like this line here and here, it's pretty bad. But that makes more sense now. I was wondering why we weren't seeing like such field rotation, given how bad it's rotating right now. But yeah, now it's visible. And this will be done. Okay, and yet it's funny, like the SNR just, it hasn't budged. Which makes me wonder if it just stopped calculating. It's like been so consistent. Yeah, no. Very interesting. But yeah, look at that field rotation now. I've done like hour-long exposures and and with when it was doing severe rotation and the result was just like terrible because just even worse than this where it ends up just like kind of, you know, at a 45-degree angle. And yeah. But, you know, it's yep, it's done. That one's done. And this one's done too. And yeah. Yeah, so that was it. That was an interesting test. We'll definitely, yeah. I want to get that um, kind of observation log logic in there. So maybe tomorrow, kind of on a non-streaming day, I'll start looking at that because it would be ideal for these kind of tests to actually kind of track it more. Or, I mean, one thing that software does, or the script does, is it pulls existing images off the or catalogs existing images on the Seestar. And since I cleared both of them off fairly recently, depending on how we implement the version um, for Alp, for the web interface, for the main interface, I might be able to go and reprocess those and pull them in. I mean, like from today. So that might be okay. But then going forward, if it could just kind of record it in a local database, then even if you clear off your Seestar, you still have like the metrics that you can, pull up M31 and we should probably do other things. I mean, you can always compute it after the fact, but maybe at the time, save like, I don't know, temperature or certain other conditions. That could be interesting too. But yeah, yeah, I don't think I watched that video. Um, or the recent one? I didn't watch the recent one he did. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool, cool. Well, that'll be good. Log the moon too. Yeah, yeah. Well, and we need to. That's another thing I need to work on is the like we can. I believe you can look up the moon but it's in star mode when it goes to the moon, which isn't ideal. So it's going to be massively overexposed. And when you turn on, when you go into live view and just pick star mode, like if I go or moon mode, it's like if I pick this, it doesn't actually go to the moon. It doesn't um and that's a known issue that I need to fix. um but uh yeah. Yeah, no. Thanks for joining again. Glad you always good to see people again. So thanks for joining. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things. But I think once I start implementing it, I think I'll start writing. Well, I'll start writing down all these things we've been talking about, and then once I start implementing it, I'll probably show it as I'm implementing it on the stream, and then suggestions will be. I will take suggestions and probably implement them. So, um, because I try to think through the scenarios I want, but and that might cover half of the scenarios that everybody wants, and so it's very helpful to get the feedback. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's so much, but I think once I kind of look at the script that's there, figure out what it's doing, what bits of it I want to implement inside of SSE and which parts won't necessarily translate over, or would have to be implemented differently, and just kind of I want to just start on it because it's um I think more than one person has brought up over the last few months that they'd like to see something like an observation log in this. Um, so, and I've certainly wanted it as well. Um, yeah, because like I'll image the same target over and over again. But that's another thing. Like I'll image it, but then when I'm doing mosaics, like I did with the Heart Nebula, I was trying to figure out how much data did I have per panel, which panels had less data, and if I could somehow also combine that with SNR, that like, okay, I have maybe more panels with or I have more frames for a specific panel, but they're of lower quality. So does that really matter as much? But then we could start, doing that kind of thing and be a bit more kind of intelligent about, what panels do you need to reshoot, which would, you know, ideally make the final result stitched together better. Like if each panel was of similar quality, that would be cool. Because I mean, like if you're shooting on different nights and you're like some nights you're dealing with the moon and some you're not, or it's lower to the horizon, like are those panels near the horizon actually as good as ones that it's shooting when the target's higher in the sky? Probably not. And if we could somehow quantify it, but we won't until we can actually get it all together and have the ability to run something like the SNR over a bunch of data, a bunch of frames. And that would be cool because then even if you do stuff like in PixInsight, you're kind of or Serial where like when you stack stuff, you're pre-processing it. We'd be processing it in a way like we're already analyzing the data before we even attempted to stack it. And I know like Kai was talking about doing the FM8 full width FWMH, and trying to like using that to analyze some of the data. So, oh, Hachi, it's been a very long time. Hello there. Unfortunately, I'm about to end the stream. I've been going for a few hours. Well, not a few hours. Yeah, 4 hours? Dang, is that right? 4.5 hours? Yeah, hello there. But yeah, so it's oh, that's too bad. That can definitely be very stressful. Very, very stressful. Sorry to hear that. But yeah, I think with some kind of observing log and being able to analyze the data and track what we've analyzed, I think that would yeah, I think we could do some interesting things. And especially if we capture other metrics like yeah, temperature and it wouldn't be hard. I mean, it's like data we have on hand or can easily get, and it would just be a few extra data points to store, but that we could, potentially get value from. Yeah. Oh, you saw the comet. That's great. That's great. Yeah, unfortunately I never left the city. I never left Houston to go see it like I was wanting to. So I saw it, but it wasn't. It was kind of it was okay, but I mean, I got some photos of it, but nothing too exciting. But yeah, thanks for joining. Appreciate the like and yeah. I mean, I've been trying to have the. I mean, we've actually had good weather here in Houston, so I've been doing regular live streams, and I'll probably continue doing that. And and if you haven't, since I keep plugging it today, if you haven't joined the Discord server, there's a Discord server. Yeah, the comment. Yeah, I figured that's what I was in. Yeah, I mean, I saw some pretty impressive photos, but again, some of it might have just been photos. And that actually reminds me, let me see what the state of that other comet is before I sign off for the evening. 2024 S1 Atlas. It's 10th magnitude. That's okay. It's in Corvus. But like that one, it might be interesting like towards the end of the month, but that's not that far away. It's already the 22nd. Yeah, nice. Great. And that's good. Like there's several of us who are there. There's almost all the time. And yeah, it's good a good place to share photos and more kind of interactive yeah, share links, share photos. um, it needs, there's more channels I've wanted to create, but I don't want to go too crazy and unless there's like lots of conversations about a certain thing. But it's getting there. It's getting there. It's still a relatively small um, Discord server, but yeah, I mean it's almost, I think, I mean for me it's for me it's quite a few people have joined in the last I mean I say quite a few, but in the last couple weeks it feels like there's been regular people uh, it's been more consistent, I should say, people joining the channel or the server, which is great. Nice. Auroras are fine. I mean, although that's a good idea. Let me Seestar AP astro images. Actually, I am kind of I'm going to create a new one just because my brain's not there. Okay, it's not a forum. It's not, is it a forum? No, it's not a forum. How is the gallery? What is the gallery organized as? Oh man, it's channel type. It's not an announcement. It's not a forum, is it? Or is it? Let me I'm just going to call it let's see if this works. Yeah. What is sorry. I'm creating a new disk a new I just created a new channel under Astro Images. It's not really Astro Images. I need to change the name of the grouping, but I created, it's called Sky Photos just because I like good sky. I mean, it is funny if you go look at photo albums from when I was younger, you would see well, yeah. What I also need to do is have because right now I just have let me create uh, general um, let's see, general astrophotos not taken Seestar. I mean, again, I don't want to go too crazy with things, but I do want to have like logical groupings where it makes sense. Like I initially created just a Seestar astrophoto gallery, and now I have a general one, but also sky photos. Because yeah, like as a kid, you go through all old photo albums, and there's all kinds of photos of sunsets and and clouds and stuff, that interesting cloud formations and stuff. So yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, and it's good to see you again after it's been a while. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I do appreciate everybody for joining, and it's been felt this was good. Got to kick the tires on the new release, and going to be next stream. I'm sure there'll be more function features, although maybe no big ones, but I'm sure there'll be something based on how quickly things are developing. And yeah, I appreciate everybody, and if you haven't liked and subscribed, please do that. And in the meantime, I will see you on the next stream. Thanks for joining again. Bye.